Panie i panowie, zgromadzeni w tej
Ladies
sali,
and gentlemen, convened in this room and in front of your screens, I have just greeted you cordially in as many languages as there are speakers of this conference, Rebellious People, Protests in 21st Century Europe, Traditions, Goals, Means of Self-Organization. Our convent provisions that we will be using two working languages. We shall open our conference with an official welcome from the president of Mickiewicza University in Poznań, Professor Bogumiła Kaniewska. Madam President, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, dear professor, I'm happy to welcome you all to this conference. Unfortunately, not in person from Poznań, but from Krakow, since I'm not at the Adam Mickiewicz Salon, our elegant venue in Poznań. I would like to greet the participants and organizers of the conference. Unfortunately, my command of many languages is not as excellent as that of Professor Czapliński, and therefore I shall stick to my mother tongue. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, organized in Poznań,
uwagę osób z tak wielu krajów, badaczy z tak wielu krajów i mam nadzieję, że nie tylko badaczy, bo mam nadzieję, że wiele osób, także studentów, słucha nas przy pomocy środków zdalnych. To chyba jedyna pozytywna strona pandemii, że nauczyliśmy się być równocześnie w kilku miejscach, że nauczyliśmy się dostępu do rozmaitych interesujących nas konferencji czy wystąpień i nie musimy się koniecznie w tym celu przemieszczać. Niemniej bardzo się cieszę, że przynajmniej częściowo spotykają się Państwo.
So, although you meet partially in Poznań and partially online, you will all be talking about the phenomenon of rebellion, which dates back to the roots of our civilization. Herostrates, Prometheus, and other great ancient protagonists who rebelled against the order of things at the time. So, as I said, the phenomenon dates back to the roots of our civilization and assumes a number of forms. At the vanguard of every movement is a rebellious moment, which grows out of defiance against the current order of things. So, always at the intersection of different intellectual currents, different ways of thinking, different watersheds in philosophy, different turns in the history of thought and science, whether it's sociology, cultural sciences, literature, philosophy. Whenever our way of thinking changes, whenever our epistemology changes, rebellion is involved. Obviously, this phenomenon is so omnipresent that it shouldn't incite fear, and nonetheless, it is almost always accompanied by anxiety. So we observe what is currently going on in Europe, in the world, and in our country with anxiety. Since the scale of different processes and rebellions is rather broad, especially if you think of people's protests. And it seems that it is not the pandemic that is the most burning problem of our time, but other phenomena that have a global character, in particular the highly acute and palpable demographic crisis, crisis of thinking, as well as a certain tribalism in thinking and trying to impose our thinking on others. Thinking is a value, but nonetheless, we should remember that even such phenomena as anti-vax movement, which can be completely unfathomable and inconceivable to me. However, they too grow out of a certain set of values shared by a group of people that subscribes to these values and opposes others. Rebellion itself is not change in itself. However, it can inspire change, and this is where we reach the very core of what we have to talk about, since the reflection on rebellion, its causes, and its literary poetics, so to speak, is absolutely key in order to understand what follows out of rebellion and in order to transform its rebellious potential into creative action. We've had constructive and deconstructive existential rebellions that could be observed, for example, self-incendiation. And with the current condition of the society, these radical feats are seemingly inconceivable, but the last such case took place in Poland, where situation, as it becomes more dire, forces individuals to heroic, although self-destructive actions. And hence our reflection on these phenomena, hence our interest in them, and hence my congratulations to the organizers of this conference and those who picked up this project for their ability to get others interested in the project across Europe, since it seems to me that the only response, even if it is the one that takes the shape of rebellion, the only potentially constructive response is dialogue and reconciliation, a hermeneutic understanding that will guide us and inspire us towards conversations and will reforge rebellion into constructive actions. So let me welcome you on behalf of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań and the Faculty of Polish and Classical Languages. And I wish you all that difficult and challenging topic inspires many a debate, many an inspiration. Besides, I also wish that you enjoy your stay in Poznań, to make the best of this opportunity, and that this conference goes down in the books as an intriguing and unique event. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President Bogumiła Kaniewska. So I understand that our conference is officially open. Yes, absolutely. I forgot the official formula. I hereby open the Rebellious People Conference. Thank you very much for this performative act. And hopefully you can tune in to our conference online whenever possible from Krakow. All the best to you too, and see you back in Poznań.
Za chwilę, rzecz jasna,
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, as it is the case with any conference, a short word of organizational matter, but before we do it, I'd like to ask everybody to honor the victims of two completely different bestial acts that currently transpire in Poland. The first of them is the group of victims at the borders of the rule of law and the border between Poland and Belarus, and the other group is those who have and will fall victim to the anti-abortion law that has already took its first victims. Please join me in rising and honoring them with a moment of silence.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. In a sense, Ania, Iza of Pszczyna and another woman, Zanna, from Wałbrzych, and a number of other victims will accompany our deliberations and during this conference, because it is on their behalf that rebellions are incited around the country. And so we do not want to pay lip service to their deaths by honoring them with a minute of silence, but rather include them in our ruminations and make them here to stay with us. And what goes without saying at every conference, I should like to begin with a round of thanks to everybody involved in the organization of this conference. So first of all, thank you for accepting our invitation, all of you representatives of different faculties, different fields, whose calendars are overburdened with obligations, who struggle to squeeze it in between their other duties that are pending in a week or two. So thank you for doing so. Thank you for including us among the proposals accepted in your respective calendars and schedules. I'd like to thank everybody who is with us online in front of their screens. I should also like to thank our alma mater, Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, which in its own right and in line with its own capacities has co-financed this conference. Our tremendous thanks to the Faculty of Polish and Classical Languages, the Dean, Professor Tomasz Mizerkiewicz, who will accompany us tomorrow, has endorsed the conference. He will join us tomorrow. So our cordial thanks to the faculty and everything that has been rendered available to us, starting from this room through the equipment and all other means of help. My great thanks to Stanisław Bitka. Staszek, hopefully you can show yourself to us. Stanisław Bitka, who is at the pulpit, a virtuoso of communications, and I say so with no irony whatsoever. Also, invoking two meanings of the word. So a virtuoso, somebody who perfects and masters a certain skill, in this case, all those wires, plugins, and other contraptions without which we will be unable to communicate virtually. So somebody to whom we owe so much more than merely connecting those wires. Another role, that of a bridge between our respective participants, is played by our interpreters, thanks to whom we will be not only audible but also understandable outside of the boundaries of our language. Let Mr. Józef accept our thanks on behalf of the entire conference team, as well as his partner, Marcin Turski, who is with him in the booth for lifting those bridges and maintaining them throughout the conference. And I think with that, we have officially rounded up our list of thanks. And so very shortly, we are due to address the pandemic situation, which has been with us for the past 2 years. So let's try to arrange a certain rule. So here in front of me is the facsimile of Adam Mickiewicz's signature. And behind the line, you can take off the mask. And when you cross this line delineated by the facsimile, we would kindly ask you to keep wearing the mask. Any other rules that come into your mind, pandemic-wise? Well, we will be playing policemen and administering our strict rules all around the place. Our church will be also issuing different announcements over the course of this conference. I mentioned everybody who helped us organize this conference, but as a matter of fact, the most important person, the person who made it happen once and for all, is Dr. Joanna Bednarek, who is standing next to me. Joanna, from the onset, Joanna has conceived of, organized, prepared, packed, unpacked all items, intellectual and actual. Your packets have been handmade and hand-packed by Joanna, and so having done due diligence to our COVID protocol, we can proceed to beginning the conference proper. So we should start by opening the first panel. I shall now become a moderator, no longer acting as the organizer.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję.
Our first speaker will be Professor Romain Huët, and a general announcement here for more extensive abstracts and bios of our respective panelists. Please check out our official website, and in particular the abstracts bookmark. You can download a PDF file which contains those extended abstracts and bios. We forced you, so to speak, almost molested you into drafting these abstracts so that they could help us in our sessions. We have a lot of papers, so extended abstracts help all of our panelists and people following us online to orient themselves in the main premises of the respective papers. And I should stress once more very strictly that each panelist has a quarter of an hour and no more for their respective presentation. This strictly imposed rule intends to leave as much time as possible for multi-log instead of several monologues. So, without further ado, our first speaker, Professor Romain Huët, whose extended bio you can find in the Book of Abstracts. I should only say that Professor Romain Huët is employed at Rennes 2 University, and he is in charge of a research program on violence and the author of the first monograph that accounts for the Yellow Vests movement's protests in France. In 2019, professor's book was issued titled Le vertige de l'émeute, so vertigo of the riot, from riots to the Yellow Vest movement. Along with the book, Professor Huët introduced to the sociological reflection on contemporary society the category of vertigo, and combined it with the phenomena of protests and violence.
Panie profesorze, mikrofon.
Professor, the floor is yours
15 minut.
for 15 minutes.
Do you hear me? It's okay with the sound?
Yes, maybe a little bit louder.
Okay. Is it okay like this?
Few words more, one sentence more.
Is it okay like this? Witam Managerial Gimesh Object?
Okay. Dobrze. Okay.
Is it okay? Okay. I'm sorry because my phone was okay. I'm sorry because I will speak in English and my English is not very good, so I will try to do the best. Is it okay like this, or say me if the sound is okay? Okay. So I'm working on violence, and especially in two fields. The first one is in Syria, where I have been many times until 2012 and 2018. I was in fighters brigade to study the ordinary life of fighters. And my question was how an ordinary person comes to accept to kill and die for political causes. And my second field is riots in France. Now, as you can see, since several years, many demonstrations take violent forms. Riots are more frequent. So we need to understand why riots attract. And the second question is, what does the increase of violence say about our times, our world? So what's surprised? My surprise was that violence attracts rather than repels. The demonstrators are easily won by what I call the vertigo of the riots. The vertigo is when existence begins to scream inside me, said Roger Caillois. But I need to be more specific. Vertigo can be understood in several ways. First of all, the vertigo is a form of sensory, an emotional, and even existential destabilization. I understand riot as a test of destabilization of the senses, vision, the smell, the sound. It's an affective experience, an experience of contradictory affects, fear, joy, anxiety, and impatience. Secondly, it's an experience of non-insurance, when you lost the feeling of solidity of reality. It introduces non-insurance because anything can happen and because something will happen. For example, the police will come and try to catch you, but you can't exactly know what will happen, when it will happen. So what is the idea that I am defending? I defend the idea that if we want to understand riots, it's not enough to examine the rationalization of actors that justify and remove the culpability of violence. The violence is a bodily experience of politics. It's a sensitive and emotional experience. My methodology was very easy. I have observed more than 100 riots in France until 2012 and now. I have infiltrated a group of black blocs, people organized to prepare for riots. I live the riots from the inside. With this methodology, there are some difficulties. The first one is to objectify almost imperceptible movements. How to understand an emotional during the event? The faces are masked. The situation is sometimes dangerous, so that the observation is done in a context of tumult. For example, last year, I was hit by a police officer and I had a slight head injury. So how we can identify emotion dispositions? The second difficulty is about ethics. This methodology involves participating in clandestine group, illegal action. And of course, you can't stay with your notebook and write what happened. You have to get a role. How you can deal between the need of knowledge and your participation on illegal activities. So I will suggest you some proposition and explanation. First of all, riot as a tactical game. The rioter's way of doing things, it's the opposite of strategy and its arsenal of planning and forecasting. The rioter didn't get technical resources to do this. In the language of Michel de Certeau, the rioter's gesture is essentially a tactical act. It means that they have to make adjustment of trajectories according to the spatial order shaped by the police forces, reversing the space squared by power. Displacement, drifting, daring, improvising. Its goal is to make himself unpredictable in order to elude the rationalization of policing. Riot is an art of turning around routes, of turning device upside down. The rioters reintroduce surprise effect by the rapidity of their movements and dissimulation. Through their masks, their ability to change or to drop out quickly, they make themselves protean, more difficult to capture. The rioter develops a sense of the situation based on flair, foresight, flexibility, feinting, resourcefulness, vigilant attention, and a sense of opportunity, all of which are acquired through the experience. The vertigo of the riot, the jubilation, comes precisely from these discoveries, from an ability to disrupt strategic planning. The rioter seeks excess, they expose the disorder. The enjoyment comes from the pleasure of detotalizing space, of altering the urban text. It's a kind of distending from the world, a simulacrum of disorder. My second explanation is to understand the riot like a domesticated violence, a regulated struggle. I was always fascinated to see how they are incompetent as fighters. They miss targets, confrontations are brief and in distance. The main techniques are range techniques like rocks, cocktails Molotov, fireworks, mortar fire. Sticks are rather rare. We can explain this distance not only because of the asymmetry between the police and rioters, but by a psychological confrontation with the police. They avoid physical confrontation. The aim is to inspire fear. For example, they inspire fear by some cry, how, by the clothes, the masks, the hoodies, the stone, the Gatorade bodies. With all these techniques, they try to create an atmosphere that participated in the emotional emulation of everyone. The fundamental experience of the riot is to find a common rhythm, to share affects, the same lived tension, panic, joy, fear. This emphasis is not intended to remove the problematic nature of violence, but rather to identify one of its dynamics, namely that it is not a matter of destructive rage, but rather of destructive power. We have to question this passion of destruction. I insisted on the fact that it is an organized shaping of disorder, an exhibition of disorder. The shaping of chaos is a way of producing a new configuration. It is to play the scene of the root of power and to simulate the collapse of the coherence of the world. In this way, the riot creates a space of illusion. It disturbs orders. It, if not, shakes them or overturns them. This is its long-term effect. The trouble is solved. The salt it throws on the heart of power. The act of destruction is a precipitation into the void. It is the dissipation and annihilation of forms, of laws, of habitual morality. It is the vanish of power for a moment. The choice of targets also speaks volumes. Fragile things are targeted first, such as window, bottle cans that will be knocked over, bus shelters, garbage cans that will be moved. The rioters like precisely the fragility of the object. They like when these destructions are noisy. The crash of collapsing glasses produces this collective joy. Producing a colorful and noisy chaos brings about a state of confusion, as if physically and in the field of perception, the forms, the rules, the usual determinations that constrain life were momentarily suspended. The usual determinations of the world seem to lose their effectiveness to the point of being cancelled. My hypothesis is that the passion of destruction is explained by the fact that destructions engage a certain relationship to the world. Destructive gestures are quite symptomatic of this expectation. Destruction generates an ambiguous emotional state, amazement, joy, fear. This state could perhaps be explained by the fact that destructive action touches the materiality of the world. It could be experienced as a feeling of restored power. The world is momentarily offered up for grabs. The author of the destruction feels the quality of the material of the glass, a window that collapsed. They feel the resistance of a camera that requires several attempts to destruct it. The reliability of the material differs. There is what shatters glass and what resists destructive attempts, armored glass, riot barriers, etc. The political is then experienced in a completely different way. It's not longer a matter of a vision of the world, but belongs to the order of touch. The primary effect of the passage of the political into the body is to affect the relationship to the world. In this sense, the hypothesis is that the rioting phenomenon translates this desperate quest for the world, this passionate relationship to the world that everyday life does not guarantee. It is a way of inscribing oneself in the world, obviously contestable ways of envisaging a relationship to the world, but it's the way of feeling the fragility of the world. It collapses on contact with the rioter's gesture and its resistance, material that resists in spite of the equipment used, hammer, iron bars, etc. Anyone who bends down to pick up a piece of glass in his hand in the wake of demonstration is not simply making a statement that expresses anger or anything else. He feels a part of the world coming into existence. It is an appearance of a condensed part of the world in my hand. He could get hurt there if he squeezes the glass too hard. He has the condensed power that hurts. Third explanation, the riot has a depotentiation of power. When power is fine and subtle, it does not need forces. Riotous practice have this particularity. They provoke power and devitalize its power. The power is obliged to use pure force. He loses his power. As the riotous practice have become generalized, the power has been weakened. The police is obliged to make a spectacle of itself to show its strength. The massive deployment of police forces in the streets of France demonstrates a very recent obligation, that of showing off and creating fear. Then it is a power that fears. Finally, it is a power that shows itself. The riot objectifies power. It forces the power to make itself visible and violent. In fact, it is to force it to act corporately. Usually, this is rare because power tends to be discreet, imperceptible, dispersed, and without a center. The riot is a response to the illegibility of power. By provoking it, it forces it to manifest itself in its crudest and least sophisticated forms. The political meaning of a riot is to provoke the emergence of power by forcing it into acts of violence and brutality. In fact, the riot momentarily creates a face-to-face encounter with power that is not usually experienced. I remember one time in Paris during the Yellow Vest social movement, there was a big riot and I saw a man. He was hurt and asked for help. He had lacrimogene gas on his eyes and it hurted him badly. I gave him some product to help him, and before leaving, he asked me, "Could you please take a picture of me?" In fact, he was proud. He had in his body a mark of the power. Riot, it's the objectification of power, but it's also a way to see its limits. Power moves slowly. It doesn't really adapt to situation. It prefers to keep its distance. It strikes indiscriminately. Running for a fairly long time, for example, is the best way to increase the disorientation of police forces. The objectification of the power is also on the destruction of symbols of power like bank insurance officer, etc. The destruction offered to the eyes the fragility of power. For example, they are reduced to put up wooden boards on its window to avoid further damage. Power is then bare, vacant, and empty. Institutions emblematic of capitalism are forcing to protect themselves, to barricade themselves. To conclude, my conclusion is that perhaps you thought I was praising the riot. This is not the case. I am trying to understand how it is experienced and why many people feel joy in this moment of violence. The riot is a sign of collective distress, especially the crisis of composition politics. I would like to conclude and to say that the riot is thus absurd in its finality. We can hardly expect violence to produce an ontological opening or to make the destructive action consistent. It manifests the divorce between the subject who desire and the world that disappoints, between the nostalgia of a unified community and the dispersed universe of the demonstrators. The riot thus signals the refutation of the world as it is. At the same time, this quest, or rather this divinization of chaos, transports everyone. The rioter looks at the world. He goes through it, gathers it, and burns it. It is an eminently broken passion for the world. It is a broken encounter with the world. We can then better understand the place of the riot in the subjective experience of an individual. Possibility and distress merge in the same gesture and in the same instant. The rioter projects his spiritual tragedy into the concrete, and in the same instance makes power arise by inciting it to express its own emptiness by means of force, while at the same time providing the rioter with the essential justification for this commitment. Sorry for my English, I hope it was clear, but thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much. The questions that shall arise in about 30 minutes will likely concern anything that might have been unclear from Professor's presentation. Right now, I should give the floor to our next panelist, namely Edwin Bendyk. As a matter of fact, Edwin is a man of so many roles that you could refer to him as the Polish bridge, a Polish connector between different faculties, different disciplines, who makes us realize how the fields of sociology, social communications, technology, industry, energy sector tie in together. And he's also a bridge between Poland and the rest of the continent, who makes us realize how very interconnected everything is in today's reality. Edwin, the floor is yours for the next 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to say it before you take my mic away. I'll make it short and sweet as far as I can. I've had some issues with this presentation because I think I will struggle with a challenge as a person who tries to understand social protests and different tensions that may bring change and their systemic inefficiency. We keep deluding ourselves that these continuous subsequent successive rebellions pile up and perhaps we will reach a critical mass, and yet change is still out there in the future, even though we understand the dynamics of protests much better. Every year we know what happens inside the protest, and we know why we are even inclined to die at the barricades. What we fear is to pose the question that has appeared but has not been pronounced loud enough, namely, why is everything we do not good enough? Why is it sometimes counterproductive, and why does it reproduce rather than disintegrate the system? So in order to tackle this question, I've prepared several theses that will go in a different direction than those of my predecessor here at the panel. I should go back in history too, but I will begin with a short anecdote. Last year, the Emmy Award for the Best Commercial went to the Nike clip featuring Colin Kaepernick, an NFL quarterback who was made famous for kneeling down and during a pre-game national anthem, kneeling down, a gesture that has been replicated by many, including Joe Biden, who even kneeled down during his campaign. And this gesture was also used by other players across the NFL in 2016 and onwards. And so Nike uses the figure of Colin Kaepernick in order to make you realize that it's important to believe in something, even at the price of losing everything. This obviously winds out with the Nike "Just Do It" slogan, which illustrates what I have in mind. So, commodification of protest. It would be an oversimplification to say that corporations heist and capture projects of rebellion. Kaepernick keeps claiming that it was not Nike that exploited him, but rather that it was him that used Nike to his advantage. Nike definitely won all the stakes, including a spike in its shares and index. When it comes to relations in the States, the Washington Post has recently reminded us that the process that started with Rosa Parks, the first highly publicized activist, did not actually start with her, because 9 months prior, Claudette Colvin preceded Rosa Parks in refusing to take her seat in the back of the bus. The problem is that the latter is still alive. She was sentenced in 1955 for her rebellious act, and she was released. And unfortunately, she was mandated with police supervision, which continues until today. So it's been 65, 66 years ever since that she has been under police supervision. So you can see how, quote unquote, effective or efficient Colin Kaepernick's gesture of rebellion was. Obviously, you can also reduce the previous case mentioned to an exception to the rule or a bug in the system. But the fact remains that we could list a lot more such examples of commodification of protests, including H&M, the clothing company that started the campaign Pride It Loud, addressed to promotion of LGBTQ plus people. You could wear these clothing items and support the cause while also boosting the income of the company, obviously. I should also date back to 2017, which corresponds to Romain Huët's observations on France. So when you think of my observations overlap with those of his on the Yellow Vest movements, especially when you date back to 2011 in the UK and the riots that broke out after the murder of Mark Dugan, who was supposedly carrying a weapon and was shot by the police, and what was police execution of a drug dealer. These protests incited rebellion in Tottenham and all over London in the course of the next few days. So it was a spectacle of destruction. However, it also carried what was missing in France, in the Champs-Élysées. So what was analyzed a year later was a summary report on the London protests, and up to 70% of violent acts in London were tied not only to burglary and shoplifting, looting, excuse me, but also illegal distribution of labeled clothing and designer clothing. So this report was compiled at the behest of the leader of the opposition. However, it does not really go beyond the surface and doesn't delve into the class rationale or triggers or the expropriation. Rather, it advises brands to stay engaged in local communities and to work in the grassroots levels, finance sports projects as Nike did with their youth sports project on football. However, if we transfer these observations on the Polish
z dzisiejszej perspektywy protestów, które
2012, then from our today's perspective of protests that started back in 2016 and have continued, maybe 2012 pales in comparison. The anti-ACTA protests, these were the first mass protests organized in several dozen locations across Poland. They became known as the Rebellion of the Youth. In Kraków, in the main square, up to 15,000 youngsters gathered to protest. What was characteristic about these protests was the structure of rebellion. It was peaceful, it was devoid of violence, and several interpretative tropes were provided by representatives of think tanks analyzing social movements. And they argued that it was in fact a consumerist protest, a protest of consumers who wanted to choose and to demand quality service, in this case the internet, and they turned to the state to fix the bug in the service as they perceived the ACTA. It was a laser beam tactics, very surgical, dealing strictly with the issue, non-political, non-critical of the government or the system of capitalism and of itself. The desired target was to act on behalf and defend liberty online. So a laser beam tactics, as I said, and the analysis of this protest shows you that it was a competently organized rebellion that could be decoded as a movement of consumers petitioning authorities to grant them quality services that they felt they were stripped of or were about to be stripped of. Now, does this mechanism pose a unique phenomenon related to Poland, or is it general? Does it also overlap with the London riots in 2012? Is it universal in showing us that there is no other way of participating in a mass protest other than through consumerist offers? So, in other words, protest becomes a consumer good, a commodity that is rendered available to consumers as a form of leisure. Lily Choroyaki of the London School of Economics back in 2012 wrote a book. Let me use my notes very briefly in order not to get things too twisted. Ironic spectators. In the book, she doesn't analyze protests themselves, but rather the motives of involvement in humanitarian efforts and humanitarianism, including the famous Live Aid concert for Africa and the series that ensued. Characteristically for humanitarian efforts and protest movements, the notion of solidarity has undergone significant transformations. It lost some of its meaning and acquired a new one. So the researcher focuses on two types of solidarity. The first one is the one that propels humanitarian agencies such as Red Cross that bring immediate aid to people afflicted by war and military conflict, and the other one, inspired by Marxist theory, focus on a structural change of living conditions in different social groups. And these two succumb to a solidarity informed by the ethics of irony, as she sees it, whose goal is not change itself or empathizing with the suffering in, say, Africa or other remote locations. but also a shift in and within the object of solidarity, a shift, an inward shift, a shift towards myself, so that I feel good with myself and about myself. So it's not so much about the aided and the one that I empathize with, but myself and those around my inner circle, mediated via social media, and comparing myself against my bubble and what its members like and what they comment on. So the structure of involvement is radically different in this respect. Although when it comes to emanations of or manifestations of action, they still take place and can be used, for instance, to trigger a stream of funding allocated for helping the needy. It's also about a different use of social capital, social assets, and it doesn't serve a systemic improvement or structural improvement of the beneficiaries of charitable actions, but rather reproduces the existing system by including in that enterprise all structural elements of the system, including the media, that are reinforced as a result of this inclusion. Now, if we shift this interpretation onto the movement of protest in the recent years, then we can ask ourselves about different innovations that appeared in Poland in 2015, let's say, on the Akcja Demokracja movement, which was a typical manifestation of what had been already present in the US, or slacktivism, which enables you to easily subscribe as if a la carte, as if you were in a supermarket, and you subscribe to a spirit of protest, and which aggregates a sense of discontent and allows you to subscribe to an activity of choice and feel better about yourself in Choleriaki's terms, and you can also promote yourself online, by the way. So another point would probably be more overlapping with Romain Huët said. This example is Extinction Rebellion, especially in its original form in the UK rather than its Polish counterpart. So in Britain, this offer is being implemented or has been implemented, and this is not to criticize those involved, which I'm far from. Nonetheless, the offer that has been implemented involves the participation of upper middle class representatives who possess both financial and social capital that enables them to be engaged towards a goal whose results, well, what are they in fact? What are the results of this protest? Do they spark change of any sorts? And last but not least, I should briefly mention the events of the past few weeks. I know that I'm past my time, so I'll conclude briefly because I know that climate will be our point of focus on the third day of this conference. But Kantar, the Polish polling agency, published a very interesting study in which they studied how ready or unready we are to take any action for climate or for mitigating climate change, and translating that into actions that reduce our consumerist habits. And they analyzed representatives from different developed countries, from New Zealand to Poland, and most of them were convinced that they don't have to make any changes in their consumerism or the levels of consumerism. And Well, in line with leftist rhetoric, you could say that individual behaviors won't change much.
Więc jak zmienić system?
Problem, however, lies in the fact that the system will only change if we change our behaviors too. So these are mutually related. So my question to you is whether we have missed a moment in which the system reproduces itself and reinforces itself, and our combat, emotion-based combat or protest will not touch upon the structure of material reproduction of the system. I cannot answer this question. However, I am more and more driven towards a negative answer to this question. Thank you very much.
Smucił nas.
Thank you so much. Our speaker has saddened us much, and now we are going to listen to the third speaker, Elżbieta Korolczuk, at Warsaw University, the University of Warsaw and Stockholm. I would like to refer you to an extensive bionote in the Book of Abstracts. Let me only point out the convergences between Elżbieta's books and ours. Elżbieta has also authored a book, Rebellious Parents, and I believe this is precisely the kind of book that inspired us to organize today's conference. Thank you so much. I will time myself to know where I am. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really honored to be part of this conference. I'm going to talk about a different perspective because most research, also in social sciences and during the conference, talks about emancipatory progressive movements. However, I feel that we should look into movements which are often called counter movements or conservative ones. I believe that for a long time, the overall impression was that we do not need to take care of them because the nature of historical development is that one way or another they will peter out, which hasn't happened. I'm going to talk about the anti-gender movement. This follows up on an analysis we made with Agnieszka Graf. The analysis is available in our book. It's an open access publication in the Routledge publishing house. Let me first address what anti-gender movements are and then what populism means. Obviously, we deal with many different issues, but today I'm going to address the correlation between anti-gender movement and populism. We can refer to the Polish example, but also we can here speak about Sweden. Anti-gender movements are rooted up to a point in the 1990s US movements. A lot has to do with the Vatican and its anti-gender policy, which developed in the 1990s, but also we deal with something new here. That is a non-liberal global society, civil society, NGOs, which define themselves as organizations which represent grassroots initiatives, genuine, authentic people. These organizations, over the past few years, have gained importance and have acquired more visibility, and this can be seen in Poland and Hungary. However, they are present in all contexts. In Germany, Sweden, They take a variety of forms, yet you can always see a clear turn towards a protest against reproductive rights. These are questions of new reproductive technologies or opposition against them, family policies, gender studies at universities, the entire realm of knowledge production and expertise. And these are the objectives of the group, of the anti-gender movement. I would like to show today the correlations between populist parties and the gender movement. When I speak about populism, I refer to Kasumuda's definition, which says that populism is a weak ideology that divides citizens into the people and the elites. It fetishizes the will of the people and introduces some moral order into the division. It shifts from an antagonistic debate towards antagonistic debates. So our opponents, not only do our opponents have power, but they also are very bad. As I was saying, this is not only a rebellion against the structures of power, but also against something we define as elite culture, as a source of the problem and a source of the cultural demons that oppress the people. When we look at the relations between anti-gender and populism in literature, we have analyses such as the one by Casamunda, who says that gender differences are considered secondary, if not irrelevant, to populist politics. And the analysis made on the basis of data from around a decade ago, which perhaps the tools that were used back then were not fit for the purpose. Since right-wing populist is a weak ideology, it feeds on content from other more developed ideologies like gendered nationalism, and this is the avenue we should explore. There are also many analyses in political sciences which tell us to look at the demand and the supply side, and they say that there is a difference in voting patterns. Until recently, there were basic gender differences. Women were less likely to vote populist parties. However, analyses looked at radical rather than mainstream parties like Peace or Law and Justice, where women constituted the majority of voters. And even in those extremist groups, right-wing populist extremist groups, we see a certain shift. Naturally, when we talk about studies on anti-gender movements, we see proposals to look at it from the perspective of neoliberalism. The problem is a rebellion against neoliberalism in culture. I partly agree with that, even though we need a more precise definition. And as Gabriel Dietze shows, we need to take into account the fact that some right-wing populists take over anti-gender discourse, especially with respect to human rights and children, in order to sanitize this discourse, to make it more palatable for mainstream voters. And this can be clearly seen in the German context when the AfD party has a tendency to stress nationalist stand. We are the group that can affect justice. the immigrants from Islamic states. We would like to propose a perspective on the basis of our analyses with Agnieszka Graf. I would like to show to you the ideological affinity and the strategy of action and emotional issues, and this is the concept of opportunistic synergy. We say that these are two different groups. The anti-gender movements and right-wing populists have divergent aims and divergent ways of attaining them. However, because they were able to enter the coalition, thanks to that, they are capable of achieving this opportunistic synergy, not only to gain power, but also to retain it. And this is due to a number of reasons. On the one hand, we deal with a situation where NGOs, the ultra-conservative NGOs, gain legitimization in the public zone, and they gain access to resources, as well as become a new center of knowledge production and a new way for the exchange of elites, because this is what we are dealing with in Poland. Przemek concluded, not only do we deal with an anti-elitist discourse in Poland, but also with a process of an exchange of elites at different levels. And as we know, this exchange of elites is mainly through many educational institutions and the whole process of knowledge production. We have organizations like Ordo Juris that have their own science clubs at different universities, but as you know, recently we have opened a new school, Collegium Inter Marium. I attended the inauguration where I could observe the integration of the elites of political elites and also those of non-liberal NGOs. We were also introduced into the aim of the project, that is the creation of an elitist system of providing education to young people. And those who will graduate will be the cadres, will be the manpower of the new elites and of the state. Ultra-conservative critique of gender divides people into two distinct groups. The elites are always liberal and progressive. They have international connections. They might even get financial benefits from the West. And we also have the people who are rooted in their local values. They are the genuine part of society, and they are oppressed. And here, we deal here with a truly Manichaean struggle between good and bad. And this interpretative framework is very flexible. In countries like Poland and of the global South, the gender ideology is shown as a form of Western colonialism, and that's why the people are encouraged to fight against the global elites, to defend their kids against demoralization. And we also somewhat seamlessly move towards stories about independence, about fighting for our lost virtues, our pride. And in the West, the same colonial framework is used to embarrass the elites, including genderists and feminists, who are blamed for the processes of culture change which accompanied true, genuine colonization. Here we deal with organizations which, in other contexts, like the Polish one, have a message which can be seen as openly racist, and in the West, it has a similar character, which is up to a point true, because we know the policy of colonization, and we know of the element of fear against a population explosion of the countries of the global south. But it's interesting to see how we can divide, how we can make a division between us and them. To conclude, let me refer to the title of our panel, the Self-Knowledge and Ecstasy. We increasingly tend to think in public debate about ultra-conservative movements or right-wing populists as using exclusively emotions which are negatively coded, that is, triggering fear and wrath. And this is, as Ruth Rodek said, right-wing populism is a policy of fear. But it's not only that, because when we think how we build support to these movements at grassroots level, we refer here to the sense of dignity, the sense of solidarity, the joy, if not ecstasy, of being together in a group. And we can melt within this unified group. And this ideological oneness has the effect of building a community which is effective in organizational terms, but is also very powerful as to the emotional ties between the members. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is precisely what we were intending to do. Now we have ample time to talk about the issues we have raised. We are not pressed for time. We also have hot water, which is going to be added to coffee or tea in less than an hour from now. I would like you now to start a discussion, to put questions to the speakers, to all of the speakers together, or to single ones. Janek Sowa, he has the first question.
Okej, widzę, że Sowa będzie na polski, czyli ja się przełączam, a ty sobie ciśniesz do mnie tutaj dla userów.
Przepraszam.
Czyli zapraszamy na stanowisko.
Tutaj mogę zdjąć maseczkę.
Tak. Po przejściu checkpoint Charlie. Po przejściu checkpoint Charlie możesz zdjąć maseczkę.
I have a question to Romain Huët. I don't know if you can hear me. And it regards the ethics of your research that you talked about at the beginning, because you said that you engage in violent behavior as a researcher, infiltrating, for example, the Black Bloc. You said about doing illegal things. I'm a little bit worried about the kind of reverse problem, because if you look at violence, then actually terrorist number one is police itself. There are people in this room who experience police brutality and oppression in very unpleasant ways. So I'm wondering, aren't you afraid, and how you deal with it, that the knowledge you produce is going to help police commit violence against people who are protesting on the street, infiltrating them, and this is a kind of a problem of early anthropology, who actually helped the colonial encounter by producing knowledge about colonized societies. So how are you dealing with this? Do you see the danger? How are you addressing this in your research? Have you had any problems related to this ethical aspect? Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Jeszcze pozbieramy trochę pytań.
I'm not sure that I have well understood what he said. I understood that he said that maybe one of the ethics problem is that my research can help police to exert violence. Is it that or?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. I don't think that what I am working on help police to make violence. I think maybe it's like every research, when you try to understand a phenomenon, you maybe can help the power to read riot. But I don't. In all my work, I never speak about strategic things or about how it's organized. I don't make a sociology. I insist on the effect experience, and I think police can just maybe understand why people like to be in riots, but my work is never on try to show what it's hide. I don't know if my answer is good, but I just as you are right, is that as every research, when you try to work with the phenomenon, you help to read it, but that's it.
Dziękuję. Panie profesorze, jeżeli wygodniej byłoby panu odpowiadać po francusku, to proszę przy ewentualnym następnym pytaniu to zrobić. Przetłumaczymy z francuskiego na polski. Na razie dziękuję panu profesorowi Romain Huët. Agnieszka. Tak, Agnieszko.
Do we have other questions from the audience? Right, Professor Agnieszka Gaff. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. First of all, I'm thankful for your organization of the conference. I wish I could be there with you, but I'm in convalescence after COVID-19. My question is to Edwin Bendyk. You were rather pessimistic as to the use of the mechanisms of contemporary capitalism by those to take part in protests. You think that these tools will be used by the corporate world. However, how about culture jamming? That is satirical spoofs of some ads. Nike itself has seen a lot of this happening. This was very effective to my mind. But I wonder to what extent you believe that these protests are aware of their attempts to take over corporate and media mechanisms.
I think, and I continue to hope, that creativity will lead to takeovers of strategies. The problem lies not so much in Nike itself, but rather the hyperstructure that is engaged in the process. So in social media, we have no direct control and that we can exert on these platforms such as Facebook, of which we have lately learned about the degree of malpractices involved. So we are not the overlords of this space when it comes to the mobilization of right-wing scene. Washington Post has recently published the mechanisms involved in Facebook activity, galvanizing the right-wing community and producing new members that subscribe to this ideology. And I guess we could also mention other media, more neutral ones, or not as charged, supposedly, that still involve the machine learning and the mechanisms that can be used in molding behavioral patterns or ideologies. So I guess that as long as we don't take proper care of communication, the internet does have this emancipatory potential entailed in its protocols. The question is whether we are ready as consumers to lose the conveniences involved in using it as consumers and users of public space. So we need a general mobilization that would change the system itself and not merely be a performative spectacle. So it's not about efficient images and so on. It's about change. After all, Facebook can subscribe to these greenwashing ideas and will earn money nonetheless. Nike might fall, might decline, and the future of Facebook will probably be harder to deal with. And much as it pains me to say this, I'd like to believe that all we do makes sense, but I cannot be naive enough as to not ask or overlook the question of us being potential useful idiots of late capitalism. So even if this late capitalism falls down and it's disestablished, it will fall over us. It's a huge and omnipresent body, that is. Thank you, Edwin, for your response. I don't know if you're satisfied with that response, Agnieszka. Yeah, I am to an extent, but the practices I mentioned are conscious and have the awareness of the structures of communications that are not ours. We are not the owners of these structures. And so these actions are subversive rather than confrontational. So it's about the glitch in the matrix rather than confronting the whole matrix up front. But I do agree with Edwin. Obviously, I am an adult and I'm no longer naive, so I'm well aware of these problems. Thank you very much. Any more questions? If so, feel free to ask them. We have ample time to address them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very touched by being able to meet you here on location and virtually. Now, responding to Edwin's point, I'm very glad that you've been probing these boundaries, because this is particularly where my activism is located. So what the Black protest of Polish women did in September 2016 was, whenever it was possible for anybody to upload their photograph wearing black clothes as a symbol of protest and joining in on the protest. Well, we can debate whether and to what extent it was efficient, but I think we were able to use the entire commercialization and commodification entailed in social media, which is normally used to program and mold our political convictions and can be overtaken by a populist movement, was nonetheless successful in this particular case. I guess that people tapped into these potentials in order to form a community which was mentioned by Anna Korolczuk and other sociologists. But well, your research, Anna, has definitely corroborated my thesis in manifesting that a number of people who had never protested before used this opportunity to upload their protest photo to start their engagement and involvement in activist operations and translated that into engagement and street protests. So this digital field mediated, so to speak, as part of the selfie feminism that you can use to promote your views online, on Instagram, on our other social media, corporate as they are, and influential as they are in shaping our behavioral patterns and tastes. We know that young women and girls are or fall victim to different profiling conducted that by Instagram. However, the feminist movement has taken over that movement, even if only for a while,
No i taka ciekawostka, która może
the
was
country, and so we have to appreciate that. And one more thing that I'd like to say is that I have been recently targeted by a sari, the traditional Indian wearing. So I guess that if this is all the algorithm can do so far, then maybe there's still hope for us to outsmart it, colloquially speaking. And I'd like to ask Romain Huët about one phrase that maybe I had put out of context. Fragility of power is the phrase. This is an interesting theme, so fragility of power. And as a feminist, I approach police with their fragile masculine egos and an extension of the fragile ego of power. So I'd like you to pick up on this and tell us a little bit more about what you understand it as, this fragility of power. And in terms of surveillance functions, I also like to speak of the mater familias rather than pater familias model, the old model that had lingered on since antiquity until recently with disciplining masculine power as described by Foucault, and rather disciplining than punishing society as the trend described by the French scholar. And especially if you think of shooting film or making pictures of protests and the technology that is used for our own good, supposedly, it seems to me that corporations act as if they were toxic mothers and over surveilling us and extending overt care on us. So I guess I could ask you, have you noticed that practice when interacting with police? And I'm not really sure what was mentioned by Professor Czapliński earlier on, whether, Kaniewska, excuse me, that is whether this practice reveals something out of people who are being surveilled and observed by police. I don't think that police is a highly evolutionary body. Not much has changed since Foucault or other sociologists, or even if you look into police files, the police has acted consistently over time. And even if a member of resistance gets inside, becomes an insider and becomes a whistleblower or publishes information on protests, then you will not be able to get to know much in order to changing the police structure, because this structure changes very, very slowly. I don't know if that would be accepted to you, Kaniewska, and Anna Korolczuk, excuse me. I have many questions to you. I'll start with this one, the category of opportunistic synergy. So seeing the combination of these different movements as a highly efficient means of protest. And I'd like to ask Agnieszka Graf the sacramental question that I always ask, why don't we speak of fascism? I know that you have been fed up with that, but yeah, that question, but many in the audience have not heard your response to this question, so I'd like to give you the floor now. Okay, we shall start with Professor Huët.
Czy jest pan profesor z nami? Tak, jestem. Może pan profesor mówić po francusku, bądź po angielsku.
Facile pour moi, oui.
Oui, s'il vous plaît, doucement. Poprosimy teraz Alicję Kwietów, która będzie pomagała nam w przełożeniu języka francuskiego na polski.
Okay, so we will translate from French into Polish. There will be one person who will be doing the translation into Polish, and we will do the translation into English. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Można jeszcze powiedzieć, żeby się zmiotował, a nie, on się nie może zmiotować. Dobrze, jedziemy. Jest dobrze. Będzie okej.
Professor, you can speak, you can start.
Było jakieś pytanie? Pytanie przez panią.
D'accord, merci.
Voilà, c'est ça.
J'ai juste...
Ah, d'accord. Donc, on répète la question. Oui.
C'était
Donc, j'avais deux questions. Merci beaucoup pour la présentation. Une question, c'était cette fragilité du pouvoir. Donc, c'est très intéressant pour moi. Qu'est-ce que vous entendez par ça? Vous en avez parlé, mais juste une définition courte pour quelqu'un qui n'a pas cette formation. Pour moi, c'était très intéressant d'observer l'évolution du pouvoir aujourd'hui. Je pense qu'il y a un changement. Avant, on avait pater familias, c'est ce modèle patriarcal masculin du pouvoir qui était strict, qui jugeait, qui utilisait la violence. Aujourd'hui, on a plutôt le modèle de la mater familias, d'une mère de ce type d'intérêt qui est plutôt on veut vous garder dans la santé, dans la forme bonne et tout ça. Donc il y a une préoccupation qui est très différente. Donc j'aimerais bien entendre comment vous la comprenez. Et quant à la question de Jan Exova qui était me posée avant, donc pour moi c'est très intéressant que la police n'évolue pas très rapidement. En fait, quand on lit des documents de la police du XVIIe siècle, c'est presque la même chose. Donc, je suis aussi curieuse d'entendre votre opinion là-dessus, puisque pour moi, quand je visitais des archives de la police des années 80, du XXe siècle, c'était vraiment très, très similaire à aujourd'hui, mais aussi très similaire à XVIIe siècle. Donc, je pense que comme la police n'évolue pas si rapidement, même si on la recherche, même si on peut-être partage quelques informations sur le mouvement ou quelque chose, ça ne va pas vraiment faire beaucoup de problèmes. Donc, comme ça, je répondrai à la question qui était posée à vous. Merci beaucoup.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Czy przydałoby się Państwu przetłumaczenie?
Była powtórka właściwie, tak.
Tak?
To była
No,
powtórka
ale
pytań.
na wszelki wypadek pytam, jeżeli nie, to w takim razie Panie Profesorze, proszę.
Ces questions et d'avoir parlé en français. Alors, en ce qui concerne la question sur la fragilité du pouvoir, il est clair que c'est une des choses que j'essaye de montrer dans mon travail, c'est que l'émeute, qu'est-ce qu'elle fait? C'est qu'elle fait surgir le pouvoir. Elle fait surgir le pouvoir, c'est-à-dire qu'elle l'oblige à se manifester.
Pan profesor, dziękuję za pytanie i właśnie...
So much for your question. And the sensitivity of power is what I do. This is my daily bread as a scholar, and this is something that stems from us.
Je suis une conception du pouvoir tel que l'entend Michel Foucault, c'est-à-dire que habituellement le pouvoir est discret, indéchiffrable, sans centre, pardon. Or là, dans l'émeute, eh bien, il y a une rencontre physique avec le pouvoir, rencontre qui habituellement ne se fait pas réellement.
Odnosi się tutaj do Michela Foucault
I
i do
refer here to Michel Foucault
teorii władzy.
and fear of power. And the most important thing is that during a riot, we have a physical contact with power.
Il est obligé dorénavant de se déployer massivement pour contrôler les manifestants, qu'il est obligé de se spectaculariser pour justement inspirer une certaine crainte et dissuader les manifestants, ce qui est quand même une évolution assez récente.
Vous pouvez répéter parce que j'ai perdu le début de la phrase.
Je disais que ça ferait qu'il doit se déployer massivement pour arriver à gouverner justement les manifestations, qu'il est obligé de se mettre en spectacle précisément pour inspirer et dissuader les manifestants. Et une belle phrase de Michel Foucault qui disait la matraque, c'est le bout du pouvoir et en même temps, c'est l'image d'un pouvoir à bout. Sorry.
Pomożesz nam? Okej.
Vous pouvez encore, s'il vous plaît, revenir sur cette idée de mettre en spectacle. Alors, c'est...
Ouais, l'idée de se mettre en spectacle, c'est-à-dire que de se déployer absolument massivement et physiquement, et du coup de façon non subtile, contrairement à la vie ordinaire où les pouvoirs sont beaucoup plus subtils, nous traversent
Du foule, oui, du pouvoir du foule. Ou...
Oui, le pouvoir sur les foules, quoi. Il est obligé, dans une manifestation, en tout cas en France, dorénavant, vous avez des milliers de policiers qui essayent de maintenir l'ordre, ce qui montre aussi que qu'est-ce qui advient, la perception immédiatement, précisément, eh bien, c'est le pouvoir dans son incarnation physique.
Czyli tak, czyli chodzi o ten wymiar władzy, który...
So we deal with this aspect of power, which is very physical. The power of the people is that they can instill fear in others, an evocation of the senses.
Je pense que c'est une question évidemment fondamentale. Je suis déçu de ne pas avoir compris la conférence de la dernière personne parce que effectivement il y a des mutations très très fortes du pouvoir en ce moment et je pense même d'ailleurs qu'on est en train de vivre une véritable révolution anthropologique de ce point de vue-là. Moi, ce qui m'intéresse de mon côté, c'est d'essayer de comment dire, de trouver finalement au fond une manière de dire la crise d'aujourd'hui. Et ce que j'essaie de défendre avec la question des émeutes, c'est cette idée d'une crise de l'expressivité. Et que désigne une crise de l'expressivité? Pour moi, c'est le fait précisément de ne plus faire l'expérience d'un monde vivant. Que d'une certaine manière, les gestes que nous posons dans le quotidien, finalement, au fond, on ne se reconnaît ni dedans, et surtout, en fait, ils ne produisent pas d'effet substantiel dans le réel, quoi. Et c'est pourquoi j'essaie de montrer que l'émeute, c'est une expérience du politique, une expérience corporelle du politique, c'est le politique par le toucher.
Je reviens au début, czyli teraz odpowiadamy na drugie pytanie. I to jest pytanie...
In response to the second question, which is especially intriguing for me, and I wish I could spend more time with it, the way of expressing ourselves and a certain crisis of expression.
Pour moi, ça désigne le fait, le sentiment de plus en plus général que les gestes que nous posons dans le réel, on ne se reconnaît pas dans ces gestes-là. Non seulement on ne s'y reconnaît pas, mais en plus, ils ne produisent pas d'effet substantiel dans le réel. C'est comme si finalement le monde était hors de notre portée, quoi. Et j'essaie de montrer que Justement, à l'inverse, l'émeute est le moment d'une expérience corporelle du politique. C'est une certaine relation au monde, alors une relation évidemment brisée et problématique en de multiples points, mais c'est une façon de toucher le politique.
Talking here about a situation when we do not recognize ourselves in gestures in the world, when we are missing physical contact with the world, and in this way, the riot is important to understand the world because we experience this world intimately, physically, and this is the moment where we can find ourselves in the world.
Je suis content de pouvoir m'exprimer en français parce que c'est une question importante. Il est clair que d'un point de vue éthique, mon travail n'est certainement
And the third question, that is relations, my relations with the police. I do not want to support the police. Obviously, this is far from being my objective. I'm not a sociologist in the sense that I want to provide specific data on the organization of the movements and the protests and to infiltrate it, but I deal with riots as an experience, and this very personal experience is something that intrigues me. As a result of which, I don't think that this approach might help the police figure out the mechanics of the protest movement. And I have myself been detained by the police many times, so I shared the fate of the protesters.
L'évolution technique avec un déploiement d'un arsenal technique immense pour essayer de mieux rendre lisible l'émeute. Et puis la deuxième évolution, c'est la question...
Excuse-moi. Czyli policja francuska...
French police was an object of interest after the Yellow Vest movements. It evolved, and the first avenue is strictly technical.
En France, ils ont réintroduit les motos dans les manifestations, ce qui permet évidemment de couper les manifestations, de se déplacer beaucoup plus rapidement, et ils ont augmenté très clairement en fait en intensité de la violence.
Si j'ai bien compris, alors le premier évolution, c'est technique.
Oui.
Et le deuxième, il est lié à...
La mobilité, le déplacement. Ils ont introduit des motos voilà, ce qui leur permet d'aller beaucoup plus vite et de choisir de plus en plus le corps à corps avec les manifestants.
No, czyli druga zmiana też właściwie dotyczy strategii.
The second avenue is about the strategy of communicating, of reacting to crowds. The police has made immense investments in special equipment, special cars that are better able to herd the protesters.
Et pour terminer, moi, ce que j'aimerais dire, c'est que en réalité, on voit bien que l'État ne s'interroge pas sur la violence. Elle ne réfléchit qu'en termes de technique du maintien de l'ordre. Mais elle ne se demande pas ce que ces violences disent de notre époque.
And one more comment I'd like to make. The French state does not ask themselves about violence, about where violence comes from. Bardzo dziękuję za tłumaczenie z mojego języka ojczystego. Thank you so much, Professor. Błażej Warkocki, another question. I have a comment and a question to Elżbieta Korolczuk. Could you expand on capitalism? Because the best-known organization, which is successful in Poland, Otwarcie, has its roots in a Brazilian movement. What would be the story about right-wing populism, the way you call it, given global gaps in or inequalities? And one related question about the uniqueness of Western Europe. I know that this is a global movement, but it's differently successful. And maybe it is something, it has something to do with being on the periphery of capitalism. Yeah, it's inter marium, or the Eastern Europe. Collegium Inter Marium relates to the area between the seas, I understand, between the Black Sea and the Baltic. Okay, so this double question can be addressed by Elżbieta Korolczuk. Let me address the last question. I didn't manage to refer to this, but in our book, we pay a lot of attention to it. It's true that we deal with some local uniqueness of the movement. It now draws on a variety of traditions. TFP was born in the 1960s as a paramilitary and para-religious organization that counters changes in the Catholic Church, which were ushered in at that time, but this is only part of the movement. On the one hand, we have this leg, and the other is, on the other hand, we have the World Congress of Families from the 1990s, which entered Eastern Europe as part of the process, which can be called democratization. That there are Western sponsors that enter Eastern Europe. They support the buildup of NGOs, but our analyses missed the fact that there were ultra-conservative organizations that supported anti-choice or other ultra-conservative organizations. This is something our analyses are lacking in. It's true that obviously you can analyze it from the perspective of instability of political structures, of an unstable arrangement or order between parties, but I really mean here the vision of Europe as a place, of Eastern Europe as a place which still lives by values which are interpreted as the Christian values of Western Europe. When Michael Johnston comes to Poland, he says that just like Sobieski in the 17th century defended Europe against the Ottoman Empire, now Poland and other countries of this region will defend Europe against the onslaught of Islam. And this shows us how these different agendas merge. This is a moment where Central and Eastern Europe and Collegium Intermarium advertises itself as a space of freedom or the voice of freedom in Central and Eastern Europe. So it tries to replace the CEU from Budapest. They advertise themselves as independent scholars who are no longer subservient to Western science. It is here that we will be able to develop law sciences or sociology. And this is the perception that we as residents of this part of Europe are no longer seen as being colonized, but because we were able to withstand communism, we were able to uphold those traditional values. Now we are able to be the harbingers of these values, to be the heralds of these values in the West. We no longer need to catch up with the West. We can now save the West. So this narrative, this set of images is very clear. And this is also linked to emotions, to a sense of dignity, embarrassment. And neoliberalism is important, partly because Central and Eastern Europe was an area of very brutal interference in the social structure and the economy. But this is only one part of the story, because what happens at the interface of anti-gender organizations who pay lip service to the family, to pro-family policies. This is what happened during the World Congress of Families. I was shocked to see that the Americans who in the States deal with countering marital equality, now they become big adherents of social policies aimed to help families with people with children with disabilities. So this is at the level of rhetoric, this is at the level of narrative, but in Poland or Hungary, we clearly see that this group tries to project an image of being in opposition to neoliberalism as a cultural formation, as well as a political agenda. We will now offer a true social policy to the families.
So very shortly on fascism and our analyses of it, I should say that we could also deal with new forms of right-wing populism. And today, however, we are not only dealing with situations in which politically motivated violence exists, but also the state creates a legal framework that institutionalizes violence and maximizes its application as far as its prerogatives are. So this is a slow continuum towards fascism as far as I'm concerned. Now, we were thinking of addressing a few more questions or comments. For now, I shall have to wind up because we are gradually running out of time. And this panel, we are due for the long-awaited coffee break. But before we head for coffee break, we have, if I may, I'd like to venture a brief summary of these three presentations. So I think that you have outlined a very dangerous and peculiar situation, circumstances in which power, real, actual power, or a specific government has ever less power over the system. You could say that actual power, real power, or the government works to the best of its abilities to bend itself to the needs of capitalism or develop local versions thereof. But the system overpowers governments. It has the upper hand, as Edwin and Romain argued. So the second bit is that protests gravitate towards the system too. It seems that they are increasingly more possible within a media and consumerist system, and the only aspect that escapes this phenomenon is destructive emotions. It is only with destructive emotions that we deal with sovereign protest, which does not really pose any particular goals, but rather is a rendition of emotions. So the system, the power of the government and affects are not mutually overlapping, which means that the outlooks are not that bright. My hypothesis that summarizes your presentations, I hope, will be addressed after our next session during the Q&A part of our next session. And in the meantime, we've prepared something special for you. On account of technicalities entailed in the hybrid nature of our conference, I'd like to thank everybody who tuned in to our stream online and all of our online participants. And now, for those of you following us on YouTube, we'll take a short break and we'll see you at high noon. I think this one has ambivalent connotations, as you no doubt know. Thank you for sticking and staying with us. We shall stay in the room in the meantime. Now, Joanna, I will need you for this one. side and those of you in front of their computer screens. We are going to hold the second panel of our conference, moderated by Edwin Bendyk. As usual, speakers will be allocated 15 minutes per presentation, followed by a Q&A. Edwin, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you for the privilege of holding and moderating this second panel on the global and the local. We shall touch upon the more specific circumstances and context, which will partially overlap with our first panel, thematically, that is. Our first speaker will be Anna Radukiewicz, Misja Cywilizacyjna Komitetu Obrony Demokracji, the civilizing mission of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, and she will present her reflections on the Committee for the Defense of Democracy.
Pierwszy raz tak bardzo się cieszę, że mogę wystąpić publicznie. Przy okazji zdjąć maseczkę. Dziękuję bardzo za zaproszenie.
So much for the invitation and for being able to speak to speak in front of you about my research. I'm going to talk about the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, and the topic of my research was about the collective identity of the movement.
Dobrze.
I said that my paper is going to be based on a study on the collective identity of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, which is a social movement which was active in Poland, especially between 2015 and 2017. I carried out my study at that time. Pressed for time, I would like to focus on one aspect only, the one which is crucial for the identity of the committee, about the civic community, the civic society. I would like to tell a story about the members of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy. I would like to talk about their motivations and what the image of the committee that was communicated publicly was. Now, can we change the slide, please? First of all, my topic of my research is that I see the discourse of the civil society very important globally, but especially in this part of Europe. This discourse was an efficient frame for a collective mobilization against the totalitarian state prior to 1989. The civil society became an attractive framework for interpreting the opposition against government, against the regime. After 1989, the notion of the civil society remained important, also due to its being linked to the idea of democracy, which was the principal objective of the transformation of the political and economic system. The civil society discourse is important for me because this notion was often used to speak about shifts in the realm of politics. The term was used to outline certain differences, to legitimize our point of view, to rationalize arguments, and to include or exclude from a community. Finally, and let me pass on to another issue, the political entanglement of the term civil society is one of the reasons why civil society discourse is sensitive to political events or shifts in the realm of politics. It intensifies in important political moments when stressing your own position is important for a given political actor. Or when we want to mobilize our followers, we evoke, social actors evoke the notion of civil society. And this is what happened in 2015 to the government changed. I want to speak about the civil society, which has a very positive connotations. It means empowerment, commitment, engagement. On the other hand, however, if we use it to describe certain groups in the society, it is still not that much linked to the practice of exclusion or even stigmatization. So we deal with a paradox here, which is worth highlighting, and I'm going to address this in my presentation. My presentation is based on a study I conducted between 2015 and 2017. We held interviews, and on the basis of these interviews, I came up with certain outcomes as to how the Committee for the Defense of Democracy used the term civil society to diagnose the political situation of the time and also to self-define. I'm going to give you examples from the interviews to illustrate the conclusions I want to present to you. We can move on to the next slide. How did the committee use the term civil society? The defenders of democracy at the very beginning of the parliamentary term in 2015, they diagnosed the political situation, and they believed that the quality of the civil society and the social engagement are two important things. But at that point, we did not have an advanced civil society. In its diagnosis, the Committee for the Defense of Democracy pointed out many of the factors that contributed to this underdevelopment of the civil society in Poland, and used certain strategies I would like to point out to you. And it also used the term to legitimize its action or its planned interventions. One of the strategies was to counter a strong civil society, which is described as underdeveloped, by the distinction between West and East. It also helped the members of the committee to stress the difference between their own social movement and its followers, who were described as pro-European and closer to Western values, and on the other hand, this was pitted against the ruling party, the Law and Justice Party, who were described as Eastern, anti-European, if not backward. The second strategy I would like to point out, which was used by the committee in reference to the notion of civil society, was moving backward. It was tracking back to the time to the socialist period, or to the time from before the rule of the Law and Justice Party. Members of the committee wanted to use the past to legitimize their anger, irritation, and reasons why they took to the streets and why they were so critical of different issues. This authoritarian or post-communist past has its consequences in a rather unique type of mentality in the modus operandi, which is hardly reconcilable with the modern features of the civil society. During the transformation period, at the time of democratic stability, one of the criticisms made was that the then priorities turned out non-civil or contrary to the priorities of a civil approach, of a civil position. Finally, let me move on to the next slide. The strategy used by the committee members was that of using education as a preventative and measure. There was not enough education of the society, and that's why the committee members, using this narrative, used a binary way of talking about the civil society. They made a division between active, brave, cultured members of the committee and into weak, immature, and non-civil others. And this helped them identify the need for a civil mission, and those who were in need of lessons in the civil society were the voters of the Law and Justice Party, as well as other groups who were described as conservative, right-wing, if not fascist. Now, these were also people who were slothful, entitled, who had to be taught what the civil society is, and the missionaries, quote unquote, from the committee were to do it. Next slide, please. Having this as the starting point, the difference between the two types of social groups or social movements, committee members used education as a remedy for all the ills of democracy. They wanted to educate, to save these citizens, to make them true civil, to make them true citizens. And to conclude, you can say that when we look at this narrative from our perspective, we dealt with a return to the past in the discursive practice. The identity of the movement relies on references to the old but by no means outdated discourse on the civil society, which emerged during the transformation period and which, as my research shows, was stable and sustainable. And if we look into the dominant narratives of the civil society after 1989, well, actually the committee did not propose anything new. There was no element of riot, there was no need for change, but also the need to retain what the members of the committee saw as important and endangered. Finally, let me refer to the paradox of the use of the term civil society. It turns out that it generates some symbolic divisions. You can say that my studies, in a way, follow up on what my other colleagues did before me. And my final conclusion is that this leads to a visible dissonance between the pro-democratic agenda of the committee and its narrative of the social reality and its approach to other actors of the social arena. You can say it's only language, but it's also as much as language. And actually, this discriminatory, that there is the risk that those persons who are excluded will have no say, and they will seek other ideas or ideologies that will help them unite and express themselves to the full. And also, they need to legitimize their demands. So the use of the term civil society on the banners of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy is, you may say, counterproductive. It's not a panacea for the return of democracy, but can actually degrade and erode it. Thank you. We will have a discussion after we have heard all the speakers. And now our next speaker is going to be Anna Maria Achtner, who will speak about the moldering imperialist world, people's protests and geopolitical interests.
Good afternoon to everybody. Do you hear me?
Microphone.
Yes. Do you hear me? I'm speaking. I am unmuted. Do you hear me? Can't you hear me?
We cannot hear you.
Well, I speak. Well, I am unmuted. It shows, but I can relaunch, and so. Can you hear me now?
Oh, now it's much better. Okay, so go ahead, please.
No, that was the solution, that I relaunched this connection. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. The title of my presentation is Moldering Imperialist World, People's Protests and Geopolitical Interests. I would like to start stating my methodology. This methodology is a Marxist political economy, and I share Marx's notice that it is not enough to interpret the world, we must change it. According to these foundations, the framework of my analysis is the world system, with the United States-led imperialist countries as the center, and the less developed African, Asian, Latin American, and European countries as the periphery, semi-periphery, and as I call the European ones, integrated periphery. My thesis is that the imperialist center is weakening, but it can be defeated only by a solid organization with a strong leadership on the top of it. This statement contradicts the liberal democratic ideology, which has occupied the place of the revolutionary thinking in the head and the brain of the oppressed, both in the center and in the periphery, particularly the integrated European periphery. Decline of the present capitalist world order. Lenin defined a revolutionary situation as a historical moment when the bottoms do not want and the tops cannot live in the old way. This can also be applied to the world order. The US-led world order is apparently declining. Immanuel Wallerstein said that capitalism has been in a structural crisis since the protests of 1968. With Samin Amin's words, capitalism has entered the age of senility, meaning that its destructive dimension has become dominant over its progressive dimension. The Hungarian Marxist philosopher Erwin Rozsnyi claimed that capitalism has been in an order crisis since the first decade of the third millennium. Structural crisis, senility, and order crisis, smoldering, these are just different the pictures, expressions of the fact that the center of the global capitalist world system, or as is called by Samir Amin, the triad, cannot maintain their rule in the world anymore. The latest example for that moldering of the US-led world system is Afghanistan, but we can mention moving back in time, the rise of the Islamic State, the civil war in Syria, the Arab Spring in 2011, and the decades-long conflicts on the Middle East and in Africa, and so on and so on. The triad has proved to be unable to solve any international problem, be it migration, pandemic, poverty, environment or climate issues, regional conflicts, massacres, and so on, and has made these problems even worse if they intervened. And they intervene only if the interests of their lord, the transnational capitalist class, demands it. Weakening of the imperialist alliance. The alliance of the Central Powers has also weakened in the past decade. Donald Trump has withdrawn from the transatlantic trade and investment partnership, and the relations between Europe and the Trump administration were also strained in other issues such as climate change or Russia, while the Biden administration hasn't brought an improvement of relations either. Just recently, France has withdrawn its ambassadors from the US and Australia because of a submarine deal, as you know. The US, being nervous because of the rise of China, seeks stronger alliance in the Pacific with Japan, India, and Australia. This is the Quad, the quadrilateral security dialogue. On the other hand, Japan needs larger markets for its economic recovery. And for this, it seeks for partners in Asia, for example, in the form of the regional comprehensive economic partnership in which China cooperates with, Japan cooperates with China as well. In the meantime, the European Union has been struggling with disintegration tendencies, having controversies with some Eastern European members like Poland and Hungary. The situation in North Africa and the Middle East is more chaotic and violent than ever, not to speak about the many conflicts and human disasters in Africa. Furthermore, the Central countries cannot satisfy the needs of their very own population. By now, the neoliberal economic policy, emerging in the 1970s, has failed in every aspect. All in all, the present world order is smashing into pieces, so it is rather a disorder than an order. The deconstruction of the welfare states in the Western countries has continued steadily despite the mass demonstrations in the 1990s and 2000s. Initially, these demonstrations have been organized mostly by trade unions. Later, they have become more spontaneous, like the 2005 riots in the outer districts of Paris. The treatment of the 2008 crisis meant enormous financial help for the private companies and banks on the one hand, and austerity policies for the people on the other. This attack against the people has provoked mass mobilizations, first in the European integrated peripheral, Greece, Spain, Portugal, but later also in the Central countries. In 2011, the movement of indignators proved to be the kick-off event of the Occupy movement that quickly spread to the United States. In August 2011, thousands of people rioted in London, followed by protests in Greece in many years, and the Yellow Vest movement in France at the end of the decade, just to mention some of the biggest waves of people's mobilization. The management of the most recent coronavirus crisis by the capitalist governments has left people without meaningful help and provoked riots again. The core reason for all this turmoil is the historical tendency of the profit rate to fall. This is the inevitable consequence of the race for profit, the never-ending accumulation, and the drive for pushing the costly live labor out of the production by supplementing it with machines and automatization. The decline of the profit rate can only be remedied by the increase of exploitation. This situation has forced the collapse of the socialist, and the collapse of the European socialist project in 1989 enabled the capitalist class of the center to increase the exploitation of their own working class as well, which is reflected in the increase of so-called atypical employment, and with that, the appearance and increase of the precarious employment in Europe. How the capitalist class treats the increasing dissatisfaction of people. The ruling capitalist class does its best to oppress and divert the self-defending efforts and organizations of the working class by using preventive or pseudo-fascist measures with the propaganda in their focus. A very important element of this soft fascist tactics is the division of the working class by fomenting hate between its different groups, migrants, nationalities, cultures, religions, identity groups, political orientations are all adequate for this purpose of the divide et impera. The dissatisfaction of people can also be used for geopolitical goals. The hegemon of the modern world order, the United States, doesn't give up easily. Its ruling class uses the dissatisfaction of people for its own purposes by diverting the protests from their original popular roots and turning the popular anger against those governments that try to lead their countries to a more independent, people-friendly, and indigenous economic development path, instead of lacking the United States-led North Atlantic Center. The liberal democratic narrative, rammed by the mainstream media and other pro-capitalist organizations and NGOs, serves this diversion of people's mind and anger. Preconditions of a victorious class struggle. Revolutionary transformation of a class society is possible only through serious and durable social struggle. This is a war of the oppressed against the oppressors, the ancient ruling classes, which fight for their very existence in such a war, against the very well-founded and protected power of the ruling class. Only an even more organized unity of people can promise a victory. Such a unity demands clear goals and strong vanguard, a firm organization with a theoretically equipped, morally firm, desperate, and audacious leadership, which can lead the mobilization of people. Democracy as a means of imperialism. This class struggle also takes the form of internation tensions. If the population of a country choose, elect, or accept a government that works for a real independence from the imperialist center, this center attacks it immediately. This attack can be performed as a military intervention by bombing the country without a second thought back to the Stone Age, like in the case of Iraq. If, for geopolitical reasons, there is not such a possibility, like in the case of North Korea, or if soft measures seem to be enough, like in the case of Ukraine or Belarus, the imperialist center uses the strategy of propaganda and influence by fake news, vilifications, and lies to turn people against their independence-seeking governments. In this strategy, the tensions within the targeted country play a prominent role. Any dissatisfaction, criticism, and protest against the government in question can be influenced in a way that serves the interests of the imperialist powers. All kinds of these soft actions are covered by the guise of the so-called democracy, whatever that means. And indeed, what does democracy mean? Originally, it means the rule of people. Are people ruling in the central countries? After building their economic wealth by centuries of colonialism, massacres, violent oppressions, 2 world wars and many local wars, Holocaust, military intervention, and coup d'etats, and so on, that all meant nothing but robbery, just carrying away of natural and human resources and products of hundreds of countries in the world. The imperialist powers would like to dictate to the world what democracy and human rights are. Keeping all this in mind, whoever would believe that the United States and Western Europe, their governments, ideologists, and media are the soldiers of democracy, the people's rule? Isn't it more rational to think that anything what they support serves their very interests, and that the truth about social question is just the opposite of what they state? My conclusion. Any fight against the oppressive ruling classes needs a kind of militarization, both in the sense of weapons and organization. This includes strong leadership that acts for the sake of the oppressed and leads their fight for a better society. Such a strong and efficient leadership is called and condemned as autocracy or totalitarianism by the ideologists of imperialism, but only if this autocracy and totalitarianism works against their imperialist rule. The slogan of democracy is the rallying call in the fight against any anti-imperialist endeavor. Democracy is written on the Trojan horse with the soldiers of capitalism in its stomach, carried in the working class movements by the liberal and social democrats. So my final conclusion is, paraphrasing Horkheimer, that whoever doesn't want to speak about class war, vanguard party of the proletariat, and strong leadership of its movement should keep quiet about democracy. Thank you very much.
Okay, dziękuję bardzo za to
Thank you so much for this interesting talk. I do hope there will be questions after we close the presentation section. And now we move on to the next speaker, Ms. Aleksandra Szejniuk, who will speak about protests of people in the world, causes and effects. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to this important conference. In the world, we see the activity of protest movements, which transmogrify into revolutionary movements. They are visible practically in every continent. Most, they are very prominent in the Near East, in South West Africa, in Latin America. The characteristic feature of all the gatherings, protests, were mass gatherings of hundreds of people in main squares and streets of big cities. In some cases, protesters demonstrated not only in the capitals, but also in other regions of the country. Spanish protests are estimated to amass as many as 2 million citizens. In Brazil, they mobilized 3 million people. Also, the revolution of the Euromaidan in Kiev was spilled over to other parts of Ukraine, engaging hundreds, if not thousands, of protesters. None of these protests, however, is guided by international organizational units. A series of mass protests, which appeared in many parts across the globe, is rather a global series of protests. Especially interesting was the Arab Spring because of the consequences of the geopolitical consequence. I would like to ask a question: why there are so many waves of protests? What are the factors that are behind this behavior? One of the factors that's directly or otherwise contributed to protests in different countries was the global economic crisis, which had different forms and consequences in different parts of the world. Some of the crisis was linked to finances. It mostly affected the West, where it undermined the previous foundations of prosperity. The food crisis contributed to affected the standard of living of Arab countries. Both forms of the crisis decreased financial and food safety and security. They deepened gaps, they deepened inequalities, and destabilized the political situation in many countries. The living standards of a lot of the population decreased. However, the demands of the protests, their nature in different countries, also had other problems, other issues. In some cases, mass mobilization was a direct response to the consequences of the economic crisis. In other places, it was a reaction the austerity policies introduced or imposed by governments. An economic crisis does not generate mass protest in itself. Some countries which were affected by crisis avoided more serious social upheavals. It was not only a worsening economic situation. Protests were felt in countries where the prosperity level was quite high. We have examples of this phenomenon in Turkey and Brazil, who were developing very sustainably, and these countries were affected by protests. In both these cases, especially in Turkey, these new projects of urban development were protested against, and in Brazil, people protested against the the Olympic Games or the World Football Championship. Over the past decade, social expectations with respect to politicians were changed. We want to have say on the distribution of the wealth of the country and to solve the problems of citizens. The demands included also the need to be heard, the need to be less patronized by the government. Another issue is the high unemployment rate of young people, or the austerity policies in Spain, Greece, and Portugal. We are fully aware that these new waves of protest also raised the issue of lower representative democracy. The corruption of politicians was indicated as one of the reasons why they did not react adequately to the economic crisis. Representative democracy was also criticized because citizens could not protect themselves. And especially they could not protect themselves against such organizations as the World Fund or the EU. In spite of the fact that democracy in the West helps to change governments, it was this changeability that was the butt of the criticism, that was the object of criticism of protesters. This is not a choice between real alternatives. Citizens, disillusioned with the institutions of democracy, got engaged in permanent protests against the government. In this way, they implemented the idea of counter-democracy, where citizens engaging in all forms of control against the government foster democratic institutions. In Turkey, despite the economic growth, political elites were criticized. Many young, educated Turks believed that wealth is only reaped by the elites. In Bulgaria, there were protests against political elites, criticized by their corruption, only seeming democracy, and using or tapping into the vast resources of and the wealth of the state. Protesters were also geared against commercialization of public space, as well as against growing housing prices. This is true about such different places as Greece or the US. The demands of access of citizens to public space were realized by taking over squares and streets, which was a reaction against the commercialization of space. The criticism of inadequate participation of citizens in decision-making recurs in many protests. The arbitrary action of the state with respect to public space, including commercialization, are interpreted as a token of limiting human rights. This politicizes the civil community, the civil society, and the engagement of young groups in the political agenda. Protesters who invoke such universal values as dignity and humanity and democracy inspire similar actions in other spaces which want to foster the same objectives. The occurrence of public protests in one place can give rise to similar protests elsewhere. The Greek occupation movement was a response to the austerity policy introduced, or rather imposed, by the International Monetary Fund and the European Union and accepted by the Greek political elite. who were accused of putting the country in debt over the past few decades. And there were as many as 200,000 Greeks protesting, despite of supernatural structures of organization. The characteristic feature of all the participants of the protests was the highlighting of shared features with other protests and shared goals and objectives. Contemporary social movements, in line with the logic of the internet, speed up the creation of virtual crowds. They disseminate not only slogans or disseminate, but also images that spur for action. In many different continents, people use similar symbols, like the national flag or the vest of a local football team point to local values. You can also notice that the links between protest movements are not based on imitation only. For creating slogans that relate these protests to other countries, there are two issues at stake here: inefficient and incomplete democracy, as well as negative consequences of global capitalism, especially the link of the crisis of democracy and the financial crisis is recognized and verbalized in different contexts. For the anti-globalist movement was inspired by World Social Forum. There are also a lot of actions which are grassroots, which are bottom-up, and using the new media. The anti-globalist movement that mobilized itself during sessions of the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund, contemporary mobilizations are more in response to local, national problems, despite their being defined through supranational frameworks. Social systems try to reduce quick changes within the culture of the world are a specific challenge. If the governing elites don't take action, protest movements can put pressure, but protests can be examples of that. Despite the meaning of these protests, their participants evoked preferred rules of the rule of law, democracy, justice, and dignity. Their rebellion was rooted in universal ideals and local practice. To sum up, despite commonplace views, the protests did not react only to the global economic crisis. It was an important factor which brought up certain issues. However, only in few cases was this mobilization linked directly or indirectly to the consequences of the crisis. Protests were held in countries which were not affected by the economic crisis, like Turkey or Greece. The situation, the economic, social, demographic situation in many countries created conditions for mass mobilization. There was also a lot of tension against austerity plans. In many countries, the political elites were criticized for being too subservient to external groups of pressure, like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. There were also protests against corruption. The protesters wanted to extend the limits of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move on to our next presentation, Wolia Davidzik, of the Lingam Normal University in China, and she will speak on the need of a new language, the experience of describing socio-political reality in Belarus.
And today I'm going to represent my humble attempt to find or describe describe the events taking place in Belarus in 2020 and 2021. The fatal experience of the pandemic and the escalation of the political and social crisis in the pre-election and post-election periods in 2020, 2021, became for the Belarusian people a real anxiety of the earth falling out from under one's feet in terms of brutal torture. The events taking place in Belarus have made many people realize the acute lack of language for expressing existential horror, but at the same time searching for a new metaphorical language to grasp socio-political transformations. Belarusian society has faced unprecedented mass violence and torture, internet blackout, cynicism, and lawlessness. The response to this was peaceful protest actions in which the political was closely intertwined with the poetic, with the private, fragile experience of what was happening, which became a shared collective experience. The language of protest, which shaped in posters, songs, and slogans, graffiti, ribbons, bouquets of flowers, artistic and musical performances, yard neighborhood meetings, expressed the simple claim and need for the return of public spaces belonging to society, in which people can freely move, act, stand, resist, express disagreement, solve problems, create associations outside the state field and control. In order to illustrate the formation of new language and concepts, today I want to refer to the exhibition Everyday Art, Solidarity, Resistance. Can we please move to slide number 5? Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thanks. Held in Kiev in the period from 25th of March to 6th of June in 2021. One of the important concepts of the exhibition is an appeal to the metaphor of networks and those social attributes that accompany the affirmation: solidarity, horizontality, leveling of rigid repressive hierarchies, the presence of nodal structures and intersections, as well as variability and unpredictability. One of the key terms of the exhibition glossary is not the possibility of language. The processes taking place in Belarus, the emergence of new political reality and social environments, require a new language of description which reveals the politics of bracketed political changes. Slide number 6, please. Yeah, thank you. One of the objects of the exposition that work with the category of the political is the platform by Marina Naprushkina. The meaning of the platform in the public space can change based on the context. In Marc Augé's terminology, there is a category of non-place, a neutral, alienated space, an object with which individuals do not establish connections. Those places remain just landmarks, empty labels of the city. The platform is a metaphor for such an alien object of the environment, imitating its own self-enclosed communication. The platform, or the tribune, in fact, is almost abandoned by the power vertical. Propaganda and ideology are rather elements of coercion, a trap or a trick of globalization. Civil society also do not interact with it, not associating the platform with the place of dialogue. However, this space still exists. We can interact with it and we can return it to the public field. The platform, as a cleaned and sterile object, can acquire the status of an open space at any moment due to the free interaction of subjects. Slide number 7, please. Now we can say that a free and open protest structure has been formed where the main driving force is grassroots initiatives, where the private actions of each individual are significant with the tools available to him or her to express his or her political will. And slide number 8. The exposition of Everyday exhibition also reproduces and explores that logic of an open, unfinished structure. Openness and incompleteness are the fundamental characteristics of the environment created by means of art, which excludes the dictate of linear input-output, presenting the opportunity for viewers and participants to reconstruct, both deconstruct, and speak from different discourses and points of intersections, to interact with space and meanings, to set in motion the created structures, to be a living part, to belong to the ongoing narrative. Slide number 9, please. The return of agency to the observer and involvement in the event of the exposition space is also achieved by exhibiting protest art, meaning posters and graffiti created spontaneously and reactively, restoring even the fragments of streets that reflect the involvement of people to the events taking place. The placement of objects created outside the professional artistic community opens the space of expert groups, creates a broader context for language and tools of art to circulate in a wider public space. That becomes a way of communication and exchange for a larger number of actors. This gives a real understanding that at some point, political action has become possible for everyone who wants to be involved in the process of life changes. Slide number 10, please. Groups and free agents form a request for building horizontal solidarity and unstable networks, emerging and disintegrating associations. That correlates with the understanding of politics as a structure. They act freely, locally, responding to ethical appeals, create fragile ties in contrast to the state totality, which embodies the political, appropriates it, and subordinates it to the interest of a closed professional group. We have witnessed how the so-called welfare state migrated from the field of the social guarantee to the aggressor and aggregator at the first threat, acted by traditional methods of oppression in changed conditions. Slide 11, please. This politics as a structure is an action, circulation, reconfiguration, a type of connections between different free actors. This is a principle of architecture that includes various systems and agents, human, natural, and technical. There is no one closed area over which it would be possible to nail the label, the political is happening here, because this is the very principle of organizing any associations, in which any agents are included independently, forming fragile and stable, shimmering groups. Next slide, please. Coming back to the exhibition, I want also to recall Maxime Teminko's work, How Long Can You Look at 250,000 Square Cells Changing Their Color? That reproduces the principle of the formation of unstable, unpredictable associations of luminous dots that turn on and turn off depending on the state of their neighbors. Thus, an infinite number of sequences and connections are formed, fantastically tied into clusters and existing in a network of interaction with the same equal free cells. This is a wonderful metaphor for how subjects are able to form chains and bonds of solidarity due to the gesture of the other, his, her solidarity, shared social trust. In opposition to politics as structure, there is politics as a thing, which is closed, crystallized, materialized area of professional interest of power. For an actor observing from the outside of the build-up processes, this clockwork mechanism seems to be confusing, detached, the lot of political elites where the ordinary person has a place as an object of environment. It has a certain set of identities, quantitative and qualitative characteristics. It's taken into account, but doesn't commit and doesn't act, doesn't communicate, because it doesn't have a specific set of competencies. The case of Belarusian protests is one of the examples of how participants form a need and accumulate a resource for horizontal network self-organization. The interaction of people through social networks, fundamental decentralization, the lack of leaders in the initiatives that have risen, and various instruments of mutual assistance has become a prototype of how caring infrastructures, solidarity networks can be formed and how they can act, capable to replace the monolithic vertical of power. Slide number 13, please. In the work of Nadezhda Sayapina, named Dollhouse, which describes her personal experience and the experience of her cellmates staying in the pre-trial detention center on the Okrestina and in Zhodina, she describes this process of building a fragile infrastructure of care inside the dehumanized, isolated space of the prison. In the conditions of a totalitarian vertical, institutions and public spaces are alienated both from the government itself, which doesn't pay much attention on them, and from subjects who are unable to inhabit these spaces with their meanings and connections. They're all prisoners, both guards and their wards. Slide number 14, please. The Belarusian authorities represents an ongoing negative care, the dictate of coercion to correction, resocialization, control, and subordination. But at the moment when the prisoners try to contact each other based on the principle of positive care, they transform this space, adding it to their chain, making it part of the association that has arisen spontaneously, changing its internal rhythm and purpose. Thus, care and love become political principles, soft tactics of resistance that participate in the destruction of the logic of usurpation. And this is an important moment in the entire history of protests in Belarus. Most of the police pressure is aimed at destroying the established ties of care, at recognizing this activity as extremist and illegal. Evidence of this is the arrest of volunteers who organized assistance to the relatives of the arrested, the transfer of belongings and food, the search for lawyers, the transfer of letters, and so on. So if there would be such a need to find one concept to describe the situation in Belarus, it inevitably would be the boostering emergence of infrastructures of care, which replaced governmental institutions at one moment. Slide 15, please. Thus, the protests in Belarus have become a symbol of the transition from the oppressive language of the power vertical to the reproduction of soft tactics of resistance and interaction in associations, expressed in feeling with their own experience the concepts of care infrastructures, opening the political, its deprofessionalization, shared responsibility, and building grassroots effective initiatives with a free architecture. Thank you so much for attention.
Dziękuję bardzo. Mamy w tej chwili jak
Thank you so much. We have around half an hour for that discussion. Very diverse presentations, which no doubt have provoked many questions, many interpretations. I'm waiting for questions from the audience. Professor Czapliński has the floor. I'm thankful to all the speakers, and as Edwin has just said, these were very divergent speeches. So for the time being, I would like to put questions to two speakers, the first and the last one, and perhaps later on I can hit on something else. This was very inspirational. I'm talking to the first speaker, Anna Edukiewicz. My question is about the relationship between the Committee for the Defense of Workers and the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, about the ideological content of the Committee for the Defense of Workers, which emerged in the latter half of the 1970s with one disturbing lack. I believe that one of the characteristic features of the Committee for the Defense of Workers, which was later on acquired by the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, was the inability to take into account the social question, this work, pay, and the class position. From my perspective, the radical change that occurred in the Polish oppositional discourse after 1968 was a gradual rejection of a class language, of a workers' language, for the sake of the language of human rights, of citizens' rights. The paradox of the Committee for the Defense of Workers was when in the second half of the 1970s, Poland was no longer a totalitarian system, the committee accused it of totalitarianism due to the trampling of human rights and citizens' rights, civil rights. However, it did not raise social issues. It did not raise this bad legacy, which was taken over by the Committee for the Defense of Democracy in our century, is that these two fundamental issues, that is civil rights and social rights, are seemingly unbridgeable. Do you believe that this is also the legacy of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, taken over from the Committee for the Defense of Workers? I'd like to thank our last speaker, Wojha, for her panorama of those difficult relations and phenomena. My question is about my understanding, because I'm not fully certain if I understood you correctly. The presentation of a few artifacts selected by you, Madam Speaker, is to indicate that art is a way of blurring the forms of description of reality, rather than it's not a new and expected and very much needed language of description of this reality. Does it happen? Do we have the new language, or is it somehow announced by art? Thank you. Let us start first with Ms. Anna Radukiewicz, and then with Wojha Bendyk.
Dobrze. Dziękuję bardzo za pytanie.
Thank you for the question. It's hard to take the question just being based on my study. If I relied on my study, I would say that it's hard to talk about a direct legacy of the narrative from the Committee of the Defense of Workers to the Committee for the Defense of Democracy. But in a broader perspective, you may say that we deal here with a certain broader legacy, and in this way we can say that the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, if only because of its name, is an organization or a social movement that directly evokes the earlier movement from the 1970s, together with all the weaknesses. I'm also wondering to what extent this discourse of the civil society is excludes social issues from immediate interest. The questions related to the development of civil society discourse, the neoliberal agenda that was imposed on the discourse. I think that this may have had more impact on the stories, on the narratives of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy. I agree that when I referred to those interviews we conducted, there was little reflection on social issues, economic ones. But there were also no references to stories from the past. When this reflection did emerge, it emerged in the context of the systemic transformation. Social issues, social inequalities were raised by the committee members as the root causes for the Law and Justice Party to the elections. So committee members saw that it's vital to reflect on those social divisions, social differences, inequalities. But this came later. This came as an attempt to diagnose why the law and order, law and justice took over power. So I don't know if I responded to your question, but this was not the dominant feature in the interviews. And now we'll have the second speaker.
Thank you so much for the question.
Dziękuję bardzo.
I believe that definitely there's references that I established between
Istnieje pewien punkt odniesienia pomiędzy
pieces of art and political practice might be confusing at some moment, but I should admit that these protests that have taken place in Belarus in 2020 especially, they became a great mixture, a great explosion of both political practice and artistic means, artistic practices.
Artystycznych również.
Maybe unveiling and evoking this action of everyone and showing the possibility to participate in political life of everyone with the instruments they can have and they can suggest to the society. And actually, this exhibition that that was an example and was an illustration for my presentation today. They also contain a great mixture of and a combination of masterpieces and pieces of art, like absolutely artificial objects, and real experiences of people represented in, like, for example, Nadezhda Sayapina's work, Dollhouse. So actually I see an interesting and unique connection between sources and instruments of contemporary art and actual art, and its vocabulary and political practice. So I believe this could be a great interchange and exchange between those spheres. And just I wanted also to illustrate how we can open those closed spaces, like artistic space, political space, power, like establishment space, yes, like different social institution spaces that used to they used like their own very narrow and professional vocabulary. So I believe that contemporary art and actual art, and especially this exhibition that illustrated very specific and very vulnerable experience of Belarusian people involved in protests, can give us just a new opportunity to find appropriate concepts and find appropriate language to describe what's going on now, and how we can see the future changes, particularly in Belarus, and maybe apply it to the further to processes like worldwide. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Przemysławie,
Thank you so much. Przemysław, are you satisfied with the response? Thank you. Jan Sowa, another question.
Mam pytanie do Anny Jadwiłkiewicz dotyczące...
My question to Anna Jadwiłkiewicz about the Committee for the Defense of Democracy. I read your earlier text about similar issues. I believe that this reveals very interesting things about the movement. I was wondering if you would interpret these results in a broader perspective. My impression is that there are many weaknesses of the discourse for the committee. Is the criticism of Marxist philosophy. This is a problem also about the narrative, the leftist narratives. Habermas's narrative. So I wonder whether it's the problem with the Committee for the Defense of Democracy as a Polish group. To what extent is the entire category of the civil society only an ideological simplification than true definition of what our society does? Right. I was wondering to what extent this is a question of self-definition of the group you studied as an elite. Zaretsky writes about the ethos of the intelligentsia. They educate the people. They are an object of, they see the people as an object to be rescued, to be saved. I took part in the council, in the programmatic council of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy. I was invited as a young person back then. It shows the way of thinking and the composition of this project. My observation tells me that the ethos of the elite was very powerful. The elite as a group that is that knows of its moral superiority, and one that has enormous powers, enormous skills. And there were also people who represented academia and so on and so forth. So we deal with an elite that self-reproduces itself and knows that there is a huge, unbreakable and unapproachable difference between itself and the entire world. Thank you. And do we have any other questions?
Ja bym chciała bardzo podziękować wszystkim prelegentkom, też mnie bardzo zainteresowała to właśnie strategia.
I'd like to thank all the speakers, and I was interested in one of the strategies and the conclusions on the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, namely the discriminatory dimension of the narrative that is supposed to be inclusive. So the language that is supposedly inclusive is also exclusive and discriminatory. So I also thought to myself that civic society is much more conflicted than Marx depicted it. So I wanted to defend Hegel and comment that to me Habermas has misunderstood Hegel to a large extent. With Hegel, it's Antigone who is the representative of what is social, and we know that the conflict was not thwarted, but was rather articulated strongly with the force for which Marx appealed later on. If I may make a correction in a sense. And speaking of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, or the Committee for the Defense of Workers, originally, it did not really redirect it or move it away from social issues. I think it showed a rift between the intellectual and blue-collar opposition in the People's Republic of Poland. So it seemed to me that social issues would resurface or reverberate strongly, more strongly at least, whenever blue-collar strikers were involved. And this is especially interesting with respect to your observations on the Committee for the Defense of Democracy and the ways it tackled social rights. Has it really addressed them? To what extent? What were the results of your research in this respect? Let us take this question as the final one. Obviously, we were led by our local issues. We're guided by our local issues in this session. If I may, I will also address the international context later on. To me, one of the more important comments and questions that I've received with regard to the Committee for the Defense of Democracy and the notion of civic society, and I fully concur that not only the Committee for the Defense of Democracy, which, as I tried to prove in my research, was, well, in a way, rehashed this category, which is already loaded as civic discourse. It is loaded with imperfections, and I think it was unreflective to an extent, the way that the committee drew on the imagery of civic rights. And it was so perhaps for the very reason mentioned by Elżbieta Korolczuk, namely due to specific decisions in terms of self-definition and narratives involved in the protest, and the social perspective adopted in the course of these self-definitions and narratives. So it could be said that the committee used ready-made interpretative tools without in-depth reflection, and I don't see anything new And I would probably agree with your comments and observations, Isa. Also, when it comes to civic society and its the notion and complexity, I think you should probably direct this question to Elżbieta Korolczuk, because my research was preoccupied first and foremost with the phenomenon of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy in itself. As far as civic rights are concerned and civic society is concerned, this was not the first primary topic of my research. And if any problems occurred in this respect, then they were addressed in my research to the extent to which law and justice came into power, as well as with respect to the transformation of 1989 in Poland, which was a turning point in Polish history that sparked different narratives that slipped into the shoes of the old ones and addressed new groups of excluded that appeared as a result of the process, of which I'm sure you know all too well. And in this respect, the Committee for the Defense of Democracy has not really contributed much to the table. It's an old record that is played on and on by the committee in this sense. In any case, I'd like to thank you for your questions. I keep returning to that research, and all of your tips will come in handy.
Very briefly, by means of summary, a very interesting issue that is the common denominator of the difficulty in explaining the wave of protests offered to us by Ms. Alexandra Szeniuk. We also, I didn't touch upon these issues in my speech. There's also Anna Maria Artner, who spoke about imperialism, about leftist radical thought. We deal with a distinctive problem. We deal with an issue arabur. Does it mean that the people who protest now in Belarus or Ukraine are the useful idiots, or are they manipulated by the imperial regimes? Perhaps from their point of view, the Russian imperialism is even worse. It's also a capitalist imperialism, and here we deal with a problem. Perhaps what Olha Vidic showed is that we don't have the language to talk about, and we are trying to find signals in the field of art that will help us to understand how we can grasp this reality. I believe that the example of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy will help us with us after 2015, how to interpret the reality. Is it should we comment on the social programs of the current government, or should we refer to the other destructive elements of its rule? I would like to thank all the speakers for their interesting talks, and now I pass the mic to the head of the conference, because I understand that we are going to rehearse our vocal skills. Yes.
Thank you once again for all the presentations, and I'm sure sorry that we have not managed to address each and every one of them instantaneously. However, I'm sure that these themes will resound and recur throughout our conference, and we shall be returning to them as they were all very inspirational. This is it as far as our pre-lunch stream is concerned. On each and every of our platforms, and we shall reconvene for our afternoon session at 3. Third panel